something? Are you guys aliens?
Hey Magus, thank you for the raid. Thank you. So you were enjoying some FF14 with a new patch. Thanks for the raid, thank you. Just starting. Hey Kenneth, how's it going? Oh yeah, that's the Phantom Job stuff, right? Haven't started Occult Crescent, I should have. Because you have a relic step, so you have to do the roulette stuff, but I've done the roulette, but haven't started, so it was for nothing. Okay. Yeah, I think it is time to go. Thank you for it. Wait, I should do a shout out. Okay, let me check if everything works fine. Hello Senzo, how's it going? Hello. Hello Kitanvel, hello, welcome. I wanted to play this for a while. It was only on Apple Arcade. And then they released it on Switch. Apple Arcade exclusive. Can you believe this? You start the game tonight? I hope it's fun. No, let's start. Let's do standard. Yes. Yeah, they bankrolled some cool games. Oh yeah, that's too bad. What was the name of that Platinum game? Oh, I think I remember this name. Oops. I'm playing on Switch Pro. Whoa. Oh shit. My crib! Move with L. Okay. Press B while on solid footing to jump. What does that mean? While overground, activate your suit's thrusters. Alright. Oh, that stuff you collect. Alright, fake your couch. Hello, hello. I hope it's going to be an enjoyable game, I believe. Your suit can only take so much pressure, go too deep and you damage it. Red water indicates your suit's maximum depths. Oh, okay. That's the red water. Picking up this icon écrit sur maximum E. Is that oxygen? Oh, these will take damage in place of your suit, but take too much and they will break. Okay. Team Shinkai is it's an internal team within Capcom that also made Kunitsugami. Hello, Gravity. So they made this one, even they made Kunitsugami, which is a great game. I love the Kunitsugami a lot. Makoto Shinkai. Can use this item to replenish some E. Okay. Can I craft this? Okay. Oh. I used it for nothing. Well, I didn't know what it was. Stop. Well, it was an Apple exclusive first, so it was never going to sell, I think. This game, at least. Will deplete as you climb. You'll fall if it runs out. Alright. Your suit will gradually freeze over while in contact with ice. When your suit is completely covered, it will take damage. Sliding on ice will break the frost off of your suit. Okay. Yes, it was an earlier game from the people that made Kunitsugami. Hey, hello. Pray. What is this? This reminds me I should stream Metroid Dread. Okay, that was pretty cool looking. You can save your position with this, okay. Okay, the red water means I cannot go deeper. Dude, the music of Kuritsugami was so good. Oh yeah, you can attack. Okay, it seems like I cannot reach this place. Press Y to swing your gaff and attack. Okay. Oh, this. Easy. Watch out, watch out, watch out, watch out. If you take damage, your suit and oxygen, I guess, will begin to crack your thrusters. If your suit takes too much damage, you'll die. Okay, doesn't seem I can go up. I think it cannot, it doesn't work Astral Chain 60 FPS. Like stuff gets like broken. If I remember correctly. Well, at least it was like very hard to run on my PC also, like trying to do 60 FPS. I don't think that's doable, but I'm not sure. Oh. You need to make ammo for your weapon. Okay. Oh, fairy mode. I see. Should I use it like this? And you can still aim like this, alright? Yeah, I think Astral Chain, it's a Nintendo exclusive in the sense that Nintendo bought the IP back from Platinum. They have like 100% of the rights. And Tora, who was the game designer on Nier Automata, he directed Astral Chain and he left Platinum Games. So I'm pretty sure that it's over for Astral Chain. Unless they give it to another team. Well, they could still give it to Platinum, but it would have be different creatives. Game looks pretty good. Hello, Crybaby! Whoa, 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 whoa. 1 minute of silence for Crybaby. She lost her VTuber avatar. Oh shit, I have nothing. I cried, like actually. Crybaby is dead, I won. Oh my god. He doesn't mean it, he doesn't mean it. Carrying the ice creams. The music! Oh oh. Okay, I guess we have to go here. Man, the music was great! Yes, you should play the silver case before Flower, Sun and Rain. Just as a warning, it's old school in the sense that they are slurs. Okay? So... I mean, depending on... I don't know if it will fly in your stream, you know. It's like the R word, the F word. I don't know much about like triggers and stuff, but like I'm just saying this as a warning in the sense that like it's a guy being hard-boiled, you know, old school detective. Like Tifa situation, yeah, pretty much. Tifa is a gamer. What is this? Tifa says the R word in the English version, Senzo. What the fuck is this, the Monado? Hello, Jevon. Yeah, okay, no. You can now use minerals to upgrade your suit. No, for the silver case, not Flower, Sun and Rain. But I do recommend playing silver case before Flower, Sun and Rain. No, Flower, Sun and Rain is cute and cozy. Okay. What? I see. I said it just as a warning, but I assure you, at least to me, the silver case was life-changing. I think the style, like all this stuff was like so amazing. Well, AI, the Sobian Files, the guy who made it was, he said the silver case was an influence for that game. He said it. No, the silver case like changed. You know Siren, the game Forbidden Siren? Like the main character is called Kyoya Suda. And the writer said this character is named after Suda51 because she played, it was the game before the silver case called Moonlight Syndrome. And it was so amazing for her that she had to like name the character Suda as an homage. Hello Baby Pop, how's it going? Hello. I think when you play the silver case and like the Flowers and Rain, I think Deadly Premonition, for example, Swery65 said Flower, Sun and Rain was an influence on him. Your brain will expand when you play these games. Oh shit, my thruster, my oxygen. How do you do the... Okay, this is how you do the light. Yeah, the sequel, the 25th Ward. 25th Ward. Amazing stuff. Dude, I went to a gym and they had like a hydration station. And they had caffeinated water. Dude, this shit gave me the buzz like crazy. I think I'm going to go to the gym every day just for that. Yeah, it's the best time, I think, to play Flower Sun and Rain for sure. Down plus Y. Oh. Nice. Yeah, Genesis is great. No. I liked it before it was cool, I just want to say. Tokyo Morishima is like Chopper crying gif emoji, which I will type right now. Hello Cefalu, how's it going? Hello. Okay. What is this? Oh. Can I have to press down? Cool. The music is so good. Heinous Crimes Unit. Trout? Okay, I cannot go down though. No? Yeah, it was an Apple Arcade exclusive, Billy Pop. Hello, all the high winds. Et made released on Switch. Is there something here now? Yeah, it's this game. Yeah. Oops. Oh, you can like excavate in these places too. Okay, that's pretty cool. Oh shit! We're excavating, boys. Okay. Tutorials. I really like the style, at least. Can I upgrade like to go down? Can't upgrade anything so far. Should I go back? My mic is weird, what's happening? Test, hello, hello? Help! Should be fine. This is what you get to have a mic that you paid $100 for. Playing on Switch! Switch Pro even. Yeah, sorry, I have no idea why it broke. Maybe the sound of my fan just destroyed my mic. Nothing here? With this? Yeah, the music is like so fucking cool. Ah, it's blocked on this side. Wait, am I already lost? Nothing? Do I have to activate this? Oh, he's breaking my shit. Well, I cannot go underwater, this much I know. Whee! Hello Mama Luigi 9000, great name. No, 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 no. Hello, welcome. How's it going? Whee! Ludens! Oh man, Death Stranding was so good. I should play Death Stranding too. The PlayStation situation is crazy. You have collected enough minerals to upgrade your suit. Okay. You'll be able to dive even deeper. What the fuck just happened? Oh. I can go deeper. There's an entire new world. Look, if they give me 5 slots, I mean to use them, you know? Cool. Anything here? What happened? Me, the day you play it, you'll be seated in front of a TV. Senzo has tried to indoctrinate me to like hate preemptively Death Stranding 2. I will follow in his footsteps. Dude! I still have to do the director's cut quest from Death Stranding 1. I forgot to do them. I think they're available to me after finishing the game. I pretty much maxed out every porter, not porter, I don't know how they're called again. The clients, except like the last two. Sam Lake and another guy. Froster Burst. Oh, okay. Kinda disappointing. Well, if they're like stealthy, I kinda don't mind doing them. Death Stranding 1 took alerts from us. Dude, I was like crying my eyes off. My eyeballs out, you know? Like it was so emotional, and then they playing alerts in the middle of an emotional scene. Never again, man. No. Yeah. During that part, I actually wanted to just like not do the mission. Okay. I see. Oh, there were multiple of them. Was it like an expedition? And then you could play, you know, you could like make Sam talk to Vivi by clicking on the touchpad. Oh my god. Oops. If your lamp makes something sparkle, take a closer look. Oh, okay. Oh. Nice. Hydrate, posture check, hydrate. I got caffeinated water from my gym. They have a hydration station. And you know, trying to stay awake, I take caffeine pills. You know? I took all alerts off since the Death Stranding stream. Never again will I be distracted with alerts during emotional moments. This happened during Clair Obscur. This happened here during Death Stranding. I will not be had a third time. I will not be had a third time. It's like someone in the theater cinema just making noises and laughing in the middle of a sad scene. I would kill somebody for this, you know, if this happened in a theater. It makes me want to kill that person. So this happening in my stream is like, what the hell? If you have you can create a save point. The third time it becomes funny. Alerts are gone now. Dude, they fucking... I got smoked. Well, there's something here. Well, are we sure we still have a Silent Hill 2 shitpost? I hope not. Can you go to an emotional moment right now, please? Oh my god. Why are you guys so fucking evil, bro? Well, I tried. We all died to 1% for Silent Hill shitpost. No. No. I'm dying. If you want to play the Silent Hill 2 shitpost, you have to sacrifice your points. You have to be in it, you know. There needs to be a sacrifice. Equivalent exchange. What is this? Repair damage to your suit. Okay. Huh? What the fuck? That was crazy. No. I think it was a path. No. Yeah, this path. Ninja Gaiden 3. What a game, bro. What a game. I bet there's something here. No? Okay. Couch ruin your life. Plain hard mode, bro. Plain hard. Oh shit. Never again. Dude, am I stupid? I don't know. I don't know how to make emotes. I don't even have Nitro to make animated emotes or whatever. No. Game is pretty cool so far. Nice. Yes, there is a Discord here. No. Hell yeah. Oh, you can enter through here. What? Okay, I guess I cannot get this yet. Cool! Okay, I'm getting smoked. Why can't I grab this? Okay. Okay, I have nothing for upgrades. What have you guys been playing lately? I'm glad I finished Brightis. It was cool. That final dungeon was insane. I'm surprised I didn't lose my sanity on this final dungeon that I spent like 6 hours on. Can you get thrusters? No. Make Rayman 6-7 a sub-emote. Oh my god. Should I? A6 is Napish team, right? Yeah, that's a great game. Did you move straight to Napish team after 1 and 2, or like what did you do? Oh my god. What's happening? Upgrade your suit or item bag. Check how much is required to upgrade the upgrade. Okay. I got 1. I see, okay. And this is to repair the suit. A7, I remember I played it in... okay, you were making a joke, alright. I played it, the PSP version, but it's a different type of game. It's when they switch to like action RPG 3D. I don't think it was as good as the other ones. Apparently, I think it's 8 is when they became popular, right? With the Switch version. Anyway. Hell yeah, huh? Man, I kinda want to play a mindless FPS game. But I don't have anything. Yo, there's a car. Oh, you can drag stuff! Oh shit! What the f- Yeah. Doom, that you're right. Uh-oh. Oh. Okay. Gotta watch out. Okay, I think I'm starting to get the hang of this. Oh shit. That's Froster sur Bodog. Hello. Hello, hello. Okay, let's see what's here. Oh, you cannot go down. Doom Eternal. Wait, there's something at the bottom. Okay. Oh shit. They fucked my shit up, not gonna lie. Whew. The Dark Ages didn't seem too interesting to me, but Doom Eternal, yes. Okay, gotta watch out. You should just like boot up Eternal now. I'm liking this game a lot. Why would I do that? Hello Lexi! How's it going? This game is so good right now. Is there anything else? I need some oxygen. Yeah, they made Kunitsugami after this one, which I loved. So if you haven't played Kunitsugami from the same team, you should. It's absolutely worth any kind of money you put into. I loved it so much. I love it so much that I'm still planning to do New Game Plus of this game. Does it make sense to have a climb grip meter underwater? Yeah, I think it does, yeah. You still need to exert effort. Imagine being Dream Boom fail fish. What? Hell and foolish. Oh, what is this? Huh. Team Shinkai is an internal team at Capcom. They made this game in Kuitsugami. And they call themselves Team Shinkai. Okay. Oh. They made this one in Kunitsugami after this. Ooh. And wait. Oh, can you like break it this way now? Kunitsugami is on my list of stuff to finally get around to this year. Absolutely, you should. Oh my god, it is life-changing. For some reason, a lot of people are afraid because it's like a tower defense, like... Uh-oh. You can inject stuff to them? There's really nothing here. You're afraid of towers? Uh-oh. Okay. What do we get for that? Nothing? Okay, sorry. I killed them for no reason. Okay, map-wise, where am I? How can I go even lower? Wait, they're saying I can like keep going here. Oops. Yeah, they did this classic like traditional theater puppet play. Now I saw it, it's pretty good. They should put it in the game, honestly. They tried very hard for the marketing, but unfortunately it didn't come to be. Oh shit! How do I give up? Leave it! Oh. Nice. Okay. It's cool that the music kinda died when you're not underwater. Oh. Sick. Yeah, me too. I think it's probably my favorite Capcom game from this generation. Well, it's not gonna be Wilds. Hello LCC, how's it going? Yeah, I also kinda hope for a physical release. To inject them with will glow. Oh. What did he change? He attacked me! Yeah, it's a game key card on Switch too. At least there's a card, you know? Yeah, I think they kinda knew that people would not buy the game or something. Like, there wouldn't be much interest for a physical, it wouldn't be like a big release, but... Nah, I'm still sad about it, you know? Okay. Yeah, they even tried to make... They made it a launch game of Switch 2, right? Or at least close to launch. So they did try, you know, kinda. To like... make people buy the game, but no one wanted the game. That's too bad. The general audience failed me once again, you know? I'm sad. Upgrade your weapons. So do I have enough? Yes, I have 7 out of 6. So when it's red water, I cannot go down. Oh, you can play it. You don't have to wait for the release date. That's kind of crazy. They're going to release Grand Theft Auto 6 quote-unquote physical, you know, it's a code in a box. Like a week or two earlier than the release date, but you have to wait for the release date for the game to like start. It's crazy. Now they have full control of everything, publishers. Like the entire like release pipeline, they have full control. Will you hop on the auto theft, which is Grand 6? I kind of want to say hell no, but like I think Grand Theft Auto 6 is going to be a good game. I have faith in them. I think I like where they want the story to go. I think I like the idea of what the story is trying to be. If that makes sense. So I kind of want to see for myself how it will be. But I also don't feel like playing the game day one or whatever. But I have hope that the story will be good. Especially after 5, which the narrative of 5 is like... Is that an airship? A sea ship? Submarine? Yeah, they still make good games. They just don't make enough of them. Rockstar in the mid 2000s, the mid-aughts, they were pumping games like crazy. Midnight Club. Dude, they had a table tennis game. Why are they saying to not have That's motion. But this is a cultural event, right? For a GTA to release, this is like... No one even comes close. Uh-oh. Oh my god. I think we are attracted to light. Uh-oh. Whew. He's a Battlefield fan? Insane. That's like Mamoru Oshii being a super fan of Fallout 4. It's like, alright. If he's a fan, I'm a fan. You know? All hail Fallout 4. No, 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 no. Okay. Yeah, Mamoru Oshii, the famous director. Ghost in the Shell, you know? He said they spent like 1,000 hours or something. Maybe 10,000, I don't know. $10K! What happened to my goat? Look, I will follow him to heaven and earth, but not on this one. I'm a fake fan. I don't even know what you can do 10K hours on Fallout 4. The way that I know is only Battlefield can give you organic hype moments in horror game. Oi! Okay. Don't make me laugh, okay? I think I've checked everything here. no, this keeps going. Oh, there's a new heat wave, oh shit. Gonna watch out from oxygen. He loves protecting his settlement. To inspire your confidence. That's sick. Oh my god. Oh my god. He's just like me. Oh my god. Nice. Dude, I fucking loved the 35 hours I spent on Xenoblade Chronicles X. I'm actually just restart the game on the Switch version. Yes, I did finish Metal Gear Survive. It was painfully okay. But I know that the beat of the game is online, but I have nobody to play online with. And I'm not sure I want to go through the online portion. About what I said. What did you say? Sorry. Oh yeah. I mean, it was fun. It was kind of fun in the sense that, like, you know, it was playable. I didn't hate my time with it. Yeah, kinda, yeah. The tower defense part was not even that interesting. I like the exploring more than the tower defense aspect. I like the grates, the barriers with grates where you can, like, use your spear to, like, attack through was, like, more most of the strategy. It was 90% of, like, what you could do. Can you go through this place? Yeah, it's like a 2 out of 5 pretty much for me. Okay, I don't think you can reach anything here. Yeah. Hey, it was just recycling the Zaire-Angola map and the Afghanistan map. Right. It was pure recycling. Well, how did I lose a tank of oxygen already? Okay. Left Alive. I do actually want to play Left Alive for real. I mean, you know me, guys. I'm a Front Mission fan. Can you like do this? Oh! Okay, you cannot get this one. I had some... It was a very weird... like they had the creator of Armored Core to work on a front mission game. And he decided to make it Metal Gear Solid. I don't think you even use... I think you barely use mechs. What the fuck? Holy. Square Enix was giving their IP to like everybody, bro. Look what happened to Front Mission by Forever Entertainment. They even used AI and shit, bro. It's like, come on. What are we doing? I can't believe Square Enix is still saying, oh shit, if we remake this Final Fantasy or that Final Fantasy, it would take 5 parts. I'm like, come on, man. Say this to someone else. They are drinking their own Kool-Aid. It's kind of crazy. What the hell? Ooh, parkour. Yeah. I guess the best version, the PlayStation 1 version is not translated, so the next best version is like the DS game, which is based on the PS1 version. Okay, I don't think you can reach anything without water. No. Can you... Okay. I had to go through here, right? No, I don't think I had to. Front Mission is an awesome series. I recommend you play it. I think there's a proper translation of 2 now on PS1. The only thing you have to do is like, if you do an emulator, you boost the loading speeds, the read speeds by like, I would say, 8 times. Because the loading time every time you fight someone, because they have an entire animated section where like 2 mechs fight each other every time you attack. Except the disc has to load the fight in the arena and everything. So every action you take, you have to wait for like a 15-second loading screen. Okay, I give up. Okay, this side is blocked, right? It's such an interesting series to like talk and think about, Front Mission, because it's like cross-media. You know how Dot Hack did it? It's kinda like that. It's all interconnected. In the same timeline. But it takes place over like a century or something. Or like 80 years. Dot Hack is so good. Well, I only played the first game and I watched like half of the anime. But I want to continue it so bad. But I need to finish the anime and then play the second game. Which is like the order. Yes, but basically what happened, from what I learned, is that the first game released in the middle of the anime. No, I think so, yes. So now that I finished the first game and I watched the first half of the anime, I'm going to watch the second half of the anime and then play the game. The second game, I mean. Wait, can you like... Yeah, I understand. I had a thought. No? I'm scared about the, there's some kind of timer on the top left. I'm scared of this one. I don't know what it does. Maybe I should stop playing around. Nice. Oh! Ooh! Sword and potion. I understand. Is that a little buddy? Mistos Recon Machine. It will collect nearby items for you. No way. Really? Oh, he's following me. Okay, I understand. Then this item I saw, this guy can get it for me, I think. Another great track. I will need to fill this place with water, I think. Where is the stuff I couldn't access? Ooh! Can you get this for me? Get this, son. No, you were there. It's not like I can go inside. Huh? Okay, he doesn't want me to get it. Please, son, please. Please, my son, get this guy. He's inside, bro. Whatever. Maybe there's a tutorial about this? No. Okay, I'm still on the way. It's a Metroidvania pretty much, made by Capcom. Team Shinkai, they also made Kuritsugami. Oh, thank you, son. Not yet, I guess. Hello, Almonde. How's it going? Oh. Well, okay, let me investigate this later. I think this is my destination, so... Yeah, pretty much, yeah. So far it feels like an underwater Metroidvania. Nice. What have you been playing on mine? Vault Breaker. Can I finish Slitterhead? Hell yeah. Slitterhead, what? Kino. What is this? Okay, my next destination is far away. What about this? Is this telling me where it is or like what? Can I jump down or something? I think it will allow me to do a stomp. Oh, now I can go. I haven't played a Metroidvania in a while, so this feels good. Shortcut. Whee! Oh, I got the required. Yeah, I think you talked to me about Vault Breaker, if I remember. Okay. Oh, I have a physical copy of the last crown. Don't worry. Honestly, I don't think I've ever played an extraction game. I wanted to try with Marathon Open Beta, and I didn't end up playing it. Oh my god. I said I wanted to play an extraction shooter and it was the open beta of Marathon and I didn't end up playing Marathon. I didn't even play the beta or anything. Griefing Fest. Téléchargement. Oh, you mean téléchargement? Yeah, I think if they do a free weekend or whatever again, I'll try. Okay. I think unless they surely done before, I don't know. I literally downloaded Marathon. I just didn't end up playing it at all. Just I griefed. Hello so far, how's it going? Not funny, bro. Hello, your French is super awesome. It wasn't even French. But I agree. Démarrer marathon, bro. MSU OLED because I need tombs. Good luck, man, good luck. I hope you have something to watch for this ordeal. Dude, this game is sick. That's why I'm here. Thank you! This is a cool ass game. I recommend. We need to help Senzu get an AC so he can finally do stuff again. We need to save him. Okay. Yeah, the Switch too doesn't emit heat. Uh-oh. Okay, I consider this place explored. We strip snipe crab. Okay, it's not funny now. Fuck my Chungus life, I'm scared. Wasn't there a section like this in another world? The masterpiece. Isn't it in August, the beta? Tomorrow is like the registration. Okay. Well, I don't have a Switch, so... I was pranking Senzu, you ruined it. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. I will flashlight myself. Not really, I just didn't feel like buying one. But I guess I could wait for the battery version. Good things come to those who wait. And a price hike, ah shit, I forgot. Then we are not so kind of time. I feel like trying out the 3D version on 3DS. I like the look of this one. Oh my god! What's the closest save? He looked like he was looking for something. It's over? Oh, shit. My bad, son. It's gonna be the same game anyway. I'm waiting for the Crabbo review of Dusk Bloods. The Night Train Defender. What? Yume-chan. You cannot upgrade. So the only thing left is to progress. Gift free sub to get a mount. Really? What kind of mount is this? Is this a fat chocobo again? Oh god. Unicorn with rainbow colors. I was thinking of getting into Occult Crescent finally. We need it, bro. No, let me save. Honestly, I just log in FF14. I try to get my tomes. I do the daily quests, you know, the societal quests. And I do PvP. That's it, pretty much. Oh yeah, Island Sanctuary. Uh-huh. Okay. I see. Okay, boss fight. The music! Oh shit. Hey, tu es attached. Holy fuck, the music, man. That's the same composer as Kunitsugami, right? It was like some free jazz, right? Wasn't there like encyclopedia? Cool. Why am I in the map? I need to go, there's like 2 tanks. Oh. I see. Let's save. Investigate? Huh. Wait. Time and check the rest of the map. Yeah, it doesn't keep going. Okay. What is it, little one? Let's go. The music. Oh shit. Dude, that's an entirely different map. Huh. There's some kind of a gun. An anchor. It teleports you to different maps, I think, is what they're saying. Shinsekai. I wonder if this is in the same world as Kunitsugami. And I never noticed because I didn't have references. Oh shit! Yeah, hello, yeah. That's what I've been saying, but yeah. Oh shit, we got the drill. The drill to pierce the heavens. Oh. That's sick. I can cut whatever. So if I choose to like return. Oh, it takes me automatically like this. Okay, that's sick. The trench. I see. Uh-oh. Huh. The light. There were cities. Whoa. Dude, we had a metropolis. Can use this item to temporarily prevent from depleting. Okay. Hilo, yes, I would, I guess. I think that's easy to get, right? Yeah, I'm so sad their games of Team Shinkai doesn't sell well. Holy shit. I got smoked. Do you think Team Shinkai still exists? I hope so. I hope they can continue to make games. They should have made a gun game, you know, like Pragmata, so that it would sell. Ouch. Yeah, they are made for me too. I'm really liking these. Oh. I hope so. I hope Capcom is smart enough to keep them working on stuff. Yeah, I think there's a new mod they added with a Switch release, but I think it's available on every platform also. Lost Planet is very cool. Yeah, I hope they do. I hope they do. It's a cool concept. I guess they kinda try to do like an online, almost Lost Planet-esque with Exoprimal, but this game was a dud, right? Okay, this was Civilization, wow. This was Civilization. Music. Oh my god. Oh. I fear I'm liking this game a lot, chat. That's fucked up. It's now open and shit, you know? It was just the tutorial. It's good though, lol. You mean Exoprimal? What is this? Okay, it's a shortcut pretty much. Home. I think this might just be undersea. I don't know for sure on mine. I'll check this place later. I didn't explore this part, the trench. I hate when I go too far exploring. Like when I explore and actually find my way like where I'm supposed to be instead of like all the stuff to like. It might be a planet that was submerged, maybe. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my god. No, 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 no. Rock! Okay, I got some weird item. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. 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 No? Maybe something. Cool. Okay, there's a whole ass thing. All the high winds. If you played Lost Planet, have you played the spin-off of Lost Planet called EX Troopers? It was on PS3 and Xbox 360. I really enjoyed that one. It was super fun. You didn't know it was a thing. Yeah, I understand. But yeah, that game was pretty awesome. I played it on PS3 with a fan translation. And the fan translation is very good. Yes, it was only in Japan, yeah, exactly. It's kind of Monster Hunter style in the sense that it's like bite-sized missions. But you could play it co-op, I think. I'll explore this part later, I guess. But no, I never played it. What kind of game is this? Like Metroidvania also? Hollow Knight in Ori games, so... You know, I've never played Hollow Knight, I've never played Ori. I think I played the first story, I'm not sure. But yeah, I need to get to these. Okay, this allows me to like not lose climbing capacities. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm liking this game even more. It's insane. This is like Metroidvania, but like with like real explorations in uncharted territory. It's less about fighting and more about exploring the place. The first good Metroidvania. Send me back, son. Oh, it disconnected. The fuck? Sick. Oh my god. Oh! This map now shows me all the stuff there is in this. Oh, holy moly. Okay, so I need to look out for these things. Oh, I need this. No, I'm making a mistake. I should come back here later. I wish you could put a marker, this would be good. I like when games allow me to put a marker on the map. What the fuck? Send me back. Can you like do something here? No. No, it is deep, it is deep. You don't know the power of cooking pasta. Sick. Very interesting theory. What is this? New weapon. Oh. Oh. Sick. This game is so good. This game is so good. Hello Zambot! It was Apple Arcade exclusive and now it's Switch exclusive, yeah. Can get it on Switch. Game is very good. I really enjoy it. Ooh. It's 6 so far. Now it's kinda open. And you have a sheep. Whoa, 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 whoa. Slowly, 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 slowly. Where am I going? Where am I going? It's made by the same team that later on they made Kuritsugami, which is the tower defense game by Capcom, which is also an amazing game that I loved. And this one is even better than I expected from them. Okay. You love everything, bro. No, that's not true. I don't love myself. The fuck, I got smoked. Well, I absorb that these games are good, made by good people, talented people, skillful people. It reminds me that my life is shit. Okay? The fuck? Oh! Okay, I should go from another angle for this. I'm not losing hope. I accepted my station in life. Which is why I will never play Tekken ever again. Too fucking shit at this game. But this is actually a good thing. Now I can play more video games. Whoa. Hilo, that's because you haven't spent 1,000 hours. You know, it's like a monkey on a typewriter. By the end, at some point, you will be bound to reach God of Destruction. Huh. I think this is actually the way to go. Oh wow. God damn. Cool. Yeah, you can put some save points. But you have limited save items. I'm not supposed to be here. Well, I am supposed to be here, but I didn't want to be here. You know what I mean? Illusory Woods. No, 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 no. I don't think so. Okay, well, il hilo. Yes. What? We just found one. Thank you for your service. I went too deep. There's no shortcut here. I want to go back to the ship before exploring this part. There was another zone that was called home. Ouchie. Ouch. Complete whiff. No? Aïe, aïe, aïe. Okay, where'd he go? Did I block the way by accident? No. Ouch. Get owned. Cool beans. I think this is just like a fast movement. Thank you, All Might, thank you. I will. Right. Hell yeah. Seems like this part is done. Wow, this kills your oxygen. Or boosters, I mean. There was a zone called Home. C'est laquelle I want to check. I think I need to hit it from the other side. Okay. This game got 10 times cooler with the ship. Titanic? Whoa. Okay, I should detach here. What the hell? Oh shit. Okay, whew. Actually, was closing down. I was about to die. This game is so awesome. What? Oh, okay, I see. It connects to this part. Oh. Yeah, that's cool. Just making sure. No. I thought maybe it was something. Let's keep going. Yeah, just go back. La Trench. Do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. I need to dispel the black fog stuff. Just to make sure. Okay, this part seems unexplored. Oh, I cannot go down. Les melons. What did I get smoked for? Hell yeah! So far so good. Ooh. This hurts, right? It does. Sick. I'm winning a lot. And by that I mean the game is a lot of fun. It's opening up and now I have a ship that I can take anywhere. Oh my god, no 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 no. It is quite literally indeed a W game. Look at this map. Look all the stuff I collected already. It was Team Shinkai, bro. I know nobody except like 5 people knows about Team Shinkai in the first place. Right? That there is an eternal team at Capcom, like, but I don't care. I know they're making Peak. And I'm glad I'm playing this. Team Shinkai fans are very chill. It's true. Koitsugami changed my life, huh? The Team Shinkai fans made a pact to not become Ninja Gaiden fans. That's why they're able to thrive. Ninja Gaiden fans when you play a Ninja Gaiden game. Oh! 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 I think if I got addicted to alcohol, my life would improve by like 100%. What do you think? What's going on? Hilo started FF14 and now he's freewheeling. This is a PSA to never play FF14. They wanted me dead so bad. They thought they could get me. I'm early in Stormblood. Oh, you need Valence Red for Heaven's Sword. Oh. I need to find a way to attach this. He's too kind. I think Keatonville is NA though. You are NA, there's nothing we can do for you then, I'm sorry bro. You have to perish. It's over. You can give me moral support, okay. Yeah, we got multi people in this chat who started FF14 with the announcement of Evercold. Hello? Oh. You started a week earlier, bro. Well, the hype of Evercold got you. Whoa! Bibbly Pop, we were just going to steal all your gear. What can I do with this? There's no way Shadowbringers gets even crazier in post-quest 2. It kinda does, I'm afraid. It kinda does. And by kinda, I mean high key. You've done the Seat of Sacrifice? Le Seat of Sacrifice. Okay, well, no then. I mean, the part 2 is like setting up Endwalker. So you should consider like part 2, like the prologue of Endwalker. Endwalker. For an update in the Jean situation. I would buy him the Gil if I could. Well, if he wants to, actually, since he's like Europe. You will work with our Jeans. I finished Island Sanctuary, I got all the stuff. The glamour. Dude, I was gliding on this fish. I was styling. Ooh! Non, 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 réattache, réattache. I think he wants some jeans glamour. There is like a... $1.5 million. Okay. It's time to progress, I think. Why this makes me think I can go down and I can't? Okay. Detach. Yeah, this is the way. Actually. My medium house, I think I paid 25 millions. A large mansion is 50 million gills. Yeah, you can get an apartment, but it's like 500,000. A Brovenson. All in all, with my houses being demolished and all the money I lost on housing, I think I lost at least 150 million gills in total. And now I only have, well, only, quote unquote, only have a medium. But I'm satisfied. I'd rather have a medium than a large these days. And I have a medium in a good spot in the Lavender Beds, which is super underrated location. I did not want to do this. It's Black Shroud, yeah, Black Shroud. Gridania. Rage quit. Understandable. Like actually. I spent time on the exterior and the interior is still like empty. Call the cops on you for loitering. Hey, it's okay, Kitanvel, this is not America, you can walk around. Alone you can be arrested for like walking around in the US. Like if you walk around in a public park, they say, oh, you're loitering. We're getting you arrested for walking around. It's like, what? In a public space? What the fuck? Oh my god. Ranch dressing home. I can see that happening, yeah. There are some things that the USA does well, you know? Maybe.
Can I ask you something? Are you guys aliens?
Kodafex, thank you for the raid, thank you. Were you playing to him? Thank you for the raid. Should do a shout out. Shit, t'es où? Kodafex, I am glad you asked. This is Shinsekai Into the Depths, made by the same team that made Kunitsugami by Capcom. Isaka Metroidvania by Capcom. Underwater. Look at all this map and this exploration and all this stuff. That's super cool. You even have a ship to move around. It's so sick. All monde with a tech. Oh god. But yeah, it's pretty much a Metroidvania by Capcom. It was first on Apple Arcade, exclusive, you know, on iPhone and stuff, and it was released on Switch. Now it's only exclusive to Switch, pretty much. Pool. Okay. What? Well, I feel this is like super high quality. Hello, the cloak. Well, I really liked Kunitsugami, and I know the same team made this game, so I figured it was time to play it. Fuck. When Unicorn Overlord? It will happen, I swear. Oh god. I do have the need to play this game, for real. I feel the hype. Ash Fishy yesterday, 10 out of 10. I believe it. It does seem like everything I would like. I mean, it has a gambit system. This cannot be lower than a 4.5 out of 5. That's the ship. Unknown. Okay. Only when your game I completed was 13 Sentinels and that's the best game ever, basically. Every game they make is basically the best game ever. That's what you discover when playing their games. It's the real discovery. Huh. Is he remembering something? It's like someone who died protecting something, and maybe I need to recheck this log. Yeah, it's these people, right? So he's not part of the same civilization as the ones before, because he has a different helmet. He or she, they. Yo, why? Huh. It's closing in. This is a game about the GI papers. Le Discord. Cool. My 5 mecha anime. Which one? Solo leveling. You remind me I need to watch the Toms. My favorite. Zone of the Enders. No, don't say Gurren Lagann, bro. We do not need to bring Gurren Lagann discourse again. Oh shit, it's Gurren Lagann. See how much he hates Gurren Lagann? I don't hate Gurren Lagann. Stop. I just think it insists upon itself. Exactly, Hilo. Insane. I hate Gurren Lagann, I'm here for you. Nice. Finally a believer in here. Hello, Rodix. Let's go! This game is so sick. I see. Capcom made this game. It's a Metroidvania. But like more focus on exploration. Underwater. And like resource of like your oxygen. It's super sick. So far I'm enjoying it a lot. You basically scavenge and stuff in order to progress. Oh, I have enough? Hell yeah, you got even more to explore in the depths. Damn, that's a lot. Nice. Now how do I leave this place? I mean, it's still very not very guided, but like you have story objectives too. Like you have a progression, but you can spend a lot of time scavenging stuff for upgrades and everything. No, no! What is that? Whew! I got scared. Is there anything here? No. Whoa! I got ruined. But I cannot break this part. LL. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. You're making me feel good about myself. Nothing was more devastating than Keaton Vale posting L against the final boss of Yakuza Dead Soul, because the QT was fucking impossible. He posted L like you could react in time. Ooh, I got my ship. He changed my life. My life was never the same. Ever since that day. There might be stuff to find here, but I'm not sure if it's going to be worth my time. But also, I should check, you know? Yes, I was on hard mode. Turns out on hard mode the QTs are like blazingly fast. Like stupidly so. I think you can go through here, right? Et normal. Just like you did on Ninja Gaiden 3. The Grip of Murder. Wait, what? Okay. No, no, no. The cable, the cable. What a game Ninja Gaiden 3 was. The final boss, oh my god, I questioned my entire life doing that boss fight. Oh, you cannot go through here. Oh, this is fucked. Then how? Huh? I was losing my mind too, dude. I was... Unbelievable stuff, honestly. Pain. I was hoping it would be something. Genuine distress in that clip. Let me see. I was so close to doing that fight. I think I spent like 1 hour on that fight alone. And she was like the last one left. I was so close. Yeah, I remember. Trauma. Send me back. I think I have to go through the below because these places are closed. I didn't realize. Like even up there, I don't think you can go. Sewer level Ninja Gaiden 4. I'm gonna play Ninja Gaiden 4 at some point. Dropped. A very different feeling game. Yeah, I guess there's bound to be like the platinum style. Yeah, I got this. Huh. Doesn't seem like I can go back. I hope this is going to be worth my time. Oh, it's closed, son. It's closed. Okay, so trying to backtrack didn't pay off. Yeah, I tried going back to the tutorial area because I thought that like I could access this part now, since you know you can see there's something that can be you can go down there. But it seems like I don't have what it takes yet. This is going to be later on, I guess. Already have all the tanks. Maybe there's going to be. I think this is the way. There's going to be a way to blow that up, I believe. Le trench. Wait, can you go down? No. Okay, so away from what should be very close. Yeah, just go down. I can go deeper now. Can go here or I can go here. Let's try here first. Detach. Okay, it's about time to save. This makes me nervous, like the thing at the top left makes me think there's a hard timer to this game. And sometimes I move like I think I have an infinite oxygen. You fear nothing. I fear many things. Many things? Okay, I was concerned for a second. Okay, we're back. Okay, this part I would consider explored. A to detach. Nope, I cannot be here. What the hell? This game is so fun I didn't see time pass. It's like a crack. Cool. No. Sure, I can make this happen. Seems like I'm not... Fuck me. I don't seem to take anything when I'm inside the ship, when I'm in deep water. But who knows? Nice. Ancient ruins. New zone. Surprised there's nothing here. Whoa, beautiful place. Okay, this is outside my reach. Whoa. What did I get? For fuck? The Senzu Beats. What a nice name. I think there are some stuff that can cut the connection, the hose here, I guess. I forgot the name of it. The rope. Oh. And there's a length limit, so you cannot go too far. Well, you can detect shit. See, I reached my limit here. Okay, what is this? Oh, wait. I called my ship here. Huh. I think I can go into deep water, but no. Can go into, I think I can go into deep water when I'm on this biggest ship. There is something here. Okay, there's no point. Okay. I think I need upgrades to like be able to get to the next objective. No, I cannot make this. There's upgrades there, but like, it's gonna kill me. Well, let me find a safe point first. Confusing map for me. I think this is submerged Japan. Well, it cannot get more obvious than this at this point. Kunitsugami, yeah. We've all been thinking this. So see. Can you go down? No. Okay. Well, I cannot go lower than this for now. There's a Metroid Ball. Hmm. Yo! The collectible. This is a Metroid Ball, I'm sure. To temporarily allow deeper diving. Okay, this changes the game. I have no idea and I'm too scared to know now. I hope it's not a timer, bro. What? I thought I used this. Okay, now I need a new tank. It's okay, the Hilo shards are like Breath of the Wild dungeons. They're barely a threat. They were putting to like please the fans. But you can tell they didn't care about making the dungeons good. No. Yeah, it's here. Hold on. Holy, that's a big Okay, now we can explore. They stuck me up! New gun! Can pierce through walls, damaging creatures inside or on the other side of the wall. Damn. Damn, son. Oh shit. This game is too good, man. This goes through walls, this is insane. He's locked in. No, I was muted. I don't know why I was muted anyway. I must have pressed the button by accident. You can rest assured I didn't say anything funny. You should have said yes, I'm sorry. What the hell? I thought something cool would happen. Yes, I would have had. This would have been a very interesting time for me. What the hell? I have no idea what this means. But we will see very soon now. Okay, I just have to be up like this. Oh, there's the lantern thing. What does it do? Uh-oh. Okay. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Okay. What you have done? What is this? That was a cool boss fight. There's some stuff I feel like I missed. Okay, I can call my buddy the big sheep. I can go inside of this, I think, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Sick. So you can play around with the deep water. The red water, I mean. See, it's gonna cut... if it closes down, it's going to cut my rope. Okay, it doesn't. Oh my god. Okay, reduces air consumed by thrusters and slightly increases speed. Boom. Insane. I'm faster now. Doo. Okay, I'm tired now, so I'm going to stop here, I think. Yeah. But this game is great. I've been liking it a lot. I'll continue this for sure. I'm gonna do, I don't think this game is very long, so... I don't know, maybe next stream if I'm good. If I don't waste too much time, but I mean, I want to play this as long as I can. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun. Ton of fun. Shinsekai Into the Depths, you should play this game. It's sick! Alright, see you around. Have a good one, everyone. Bye bye, see you. Good night!